So hello. Round 2 of today's live stream. Welcome. It's nice to see you again. Hope you are well. So yes, let's change a little bit the color behind. Can we do it? Perfect. So, second stream for today. We made this morning happen that the onboarding screen looks fine, and we have now an amazing how do you call it, transition between the three dots, which we really love. Hey Hamish. And we are pretty proud of that, or I am pretty proud of that. Additionally, we wrote some tests because we got forced from good old, very good CLI, which was a good point. So now we have improved that, and we worked a little bit further on the project. So, that being said, we have now running a CLI again. So our backend tasks are running all, the tests are running all. Now we can also merge our README change that we brought in the last time. So that stuff is also done. So I always delete the branches directly. And we can maybe think about a next task that we would like to do. So let's think about what do we want to achieve. If you have never been here at this stream, we usually do it very easy. We learn all together. And as you can see, hopefully now that works. Perfect. Good. So here you can see the screen. We are currently in GitLab. It's quite large. So can we increase a little bit the font size? But what we did is writing also some tasks down that we want to work on. And if we go to the projects part for NVUBI, the projects part for version 1. Can I deactivate that project start? Because I think feature preview. No, sadly it's not possible. So now it sticks there forever. But yeah, okay. Let's take that. And we have these two things already done. And both of them have a tick, and this one is merged. So we can take a look here. That has 14. Because of the test. Okay, that's done. And they are not really tasks to do. So probably for the next time, this one is maybe not the best way of showing the type of change. So yeah, but anyway, I put that to done now because they are done. And now we can tackle the next step. And what would that be? Usually what POs usually do is going from top to bottom to think about, okay, we can use now a register page or login page. So that would be the next step that we would like to do. Let's have a look what the story tells us, what we have to do actually. I as a user want to register to our service. Okay, so we want to navigate. Hello, very hard to read signs. The login page you would like to have first. I think we have to register first before we can log in, right? But no matter, or it doesn't really matter because I assigned it quickly to myself so that nobody else will work on that. And the labels, that will be an enhancement, and yeah, fair enough. So this is triage called, if you add here some parts of it. Milestones we don't have, and development create branch. We will do that later. So the idea is now that we somehow create a login and authentication page. And the idea for that is, or what I thought is, when we use Firebase, and I think Firebase is a good option, then we could use the new package from Firestore that allows us to implement directly a Firebase page. So I don't have experience with it, I have to be honest, but it would be a very interesting topic. So maybe I switch here currently the name of the stream, because we are not anymore on onboarding, right? So we are working now on Firebase Authentication in general. Safe. Okay, let's see if the stream is not broken. Perfect. Okay, that being said, means we can go to the project maybe and take both of the tasks and then we have a look how we can implement that. So both are in progress and both are collectively at my place. So can I assign them? Yeah. Good. Okay, now how do we go further with that? So I think it's Firestore. No, what is the name of the Fire package in Flutter? Flutter Fire? I think they have a pretty cool website. Yes, Firebase Flutter Fire. And here we can see all the different things that they provide. And if I'm not mistaken, there was something like an authentication package up here, Firebase Out, and there I would like to see the documentation. So what do we see here? There is a Firebase Out web, platform interface and out. But I think there is inside of here, we have the possibility how to make the authentication, right? So adding the authentication stuff, prototype and test the Firebase local emulator. Ooh. So what I will do is I will follow that a little bit, but what I thought is that there is Flutter Fire UI. That sounds a little bit like that. Authentication. Yeah, I think that's exactly what we want. Flutter Fire UI for Auth provides a simple and easy way to implement authentication into your Flutter app. And this is exactly what I would like to test. So what I will do is also share the link with you. So, hello. Oh, that's now the wrong chat. Okay, then give me 1 minute. I will have to quickly go to YouTube, or better to Studio YouTube, and searching for, nope, live stream. This one. So now you can see all the information that I have usually. So close and send. Perfect. We did it. Good. Bad prepared. So as you can see, we can also dark mode it. Very important. No, but what I want actually is just to read how we do it. And I think we will follow that tutorial now. So please bear with me if you don't like tutorials in a tutorial. This is now the worst part that you can be. Okay, so because we want to be a bit faster, we can now copy that script here, flutterpub add flutter UI. And what we will do is putting that in our terminal. And with that, it will be installed. Pub. Gonna be quite a lot of things inside of that. New dependencies, okay, cool. And as you can see, there are a lot of cross dependencies too. So like Flutter, Firebase Core, Firebase Core Web, Dynamic, Facebook, and so on. So with that, we can be sure that probably this authentication page will also work on the web's page, even though that we don't necessarily support that yet. But then let's getting started. Integrate your first screen. So how do they do that? Firebase UI for Out provides various screens to handle different authentication flows throughout your application. Sign in, registration, forgot password, profile, forgot password. Good point. To get started with, let's add an authentication flow to an application. In this scenario, users will have to be authenticated in order to access the main application, which sounds like our tool should be in the future, right? So you will need to initialize Firebase before using Flutter Firebase UI. That makes sense. More about in the Flutter Fire overview. Okay. So probably we don't have a Firebase project at the moment. So let's see if I'm logged in. Yeah, let's take this account. Why not? And we have some projects, and probably I can create a new one, which will be in Woobi. I confirm. Get some analytics. We do it. Choose to create Firebase. Yeah, let's take that one. Creating your project can take a second. Finishing up. Really good. So, project is ready, perfect. And here we go. So we probably have to set up the authentication part, right? Because, well, that's exactly what we want. And initialize default current platform. There is the home out gate widget. Okay, but I think we should first start with that part. Initializing Flutterfire. Flutterfire now supports initialization directly from Dart. Needs to be initialized. Okay. The initialization step is synchronous, meaning that okay, it has to be at the beginning. There is a new Fire CLI. Okay. Interesting. More tools to work with. Crazy. It's crazy how fast Flutter increases its steps there. Flutter Fire CLI for macOS and Linux using the following commands, blah, blah, blah. Auto install script. I think that's fine for me. So, but this is the normal Firebase CLI. Is that the same? The Flutter Fire CLI depends on the Flutter CLI. If you haven't already installed it yet. Ah, okay, got it. So that means if I have in terminal Firebase, I think I have it installed already. But we can just check if it is in the correct version, and it is not. So npm install -g Firebase tools. So just to get the newest version. Good. Why do I install that? Because I believe that the Flutter Fire CLI will give us the opportunity to quickly initialize a Flutter project from here. So that would be amazing. Then we don't have to do so much ourselves. So then we can activate that. But wait, is it global? Yeah, it's global. Okay, fair enough. Then we can execute it again. Because pub global activate depends on Flutter Fire CLI, any versions resolve failed. Depends on XML 530. Ah, okay, that's weird. Flutter Firebase. Interesting. So is it a problem of Flutter? Make it a bit bigger that you can read. Okay, we have that. Max Flutter, bin Flutter. What is the version of Flutter here? .2.10.5. So the version should be fine in the global manner. Because every version of Flutter CLI depends on XML 5.3, which okay, so it seems that we have a problem. Interesting. Let us quickly change into our project. So maybe this is a problem from here. So going here and try to execute that again. Dart pub global activate Flutter Fire CLI. That looks like a bug. Then let's see what we have here. Flutter Firebase CLI. Next, is there a GitHub project for that? Flutter Fire CLI. Facing issue installing Flutter CLI. Okay, I'm not the only one. Good. Flutter upgrade as a There's a one that is separated. Once more, what is the problem? Flutter Fire CLI depends on XML 5.3. How old is this threads? 26th of January. I'm pretty sure I upgraded Flutter already. Yeah, thought so. Somehow it's weird that I am the only one with the problem. Cannot switch. CLI doesn't find Firebase CLI. That's not the problem actually. Dart pub activate. Okay, if this is not possible, sadly we cannot use it. It's a shame. When I was installed and Firebase CLI via npm be running following. Okay, we do that. Next, install the CLI. Okay, anyway, it's a shame. So what would be the benefit in general? The next generated option needs to be provided initial app method. Since the asynchronous operation main function can... Okay, it's just to add the command select Firebase project and platforms. Probably it would add us the correct Android things and also iOS things. Once configured, a Firebase option Dart file will be generated for you containing all options required for initialization. No, that's sad. I want to have that. I want to play with it around. Needs to work. Why does it not work? The forbidden error. It's a good question, but I'm believing because it depends on things. So there seems the problem that he thinks there is a dependency somewhere in my Flutter inside. So is there maybe a cache that I can remove, or maybe removing all the globals? Can I see Dart globals? Dart help, Dart pub migrate format, Dart pub list globals. Work with system cache, dips, print package dependencies, dips. Global list. Okay, so it seems that we have the dev tools, the FVM, and very good CLI. Dart pub global remove FVM. Oh yeah, deactivate. Okay, deactivate. Okay, so back to the list. Just these two are there, and now Dart cache, Dart pub cache, install a package, repair, reinstall, repair. What was that now? The repair command, resetting repository trophy core. Wait, why trophy core where I am? Let's try to Flutter Firebase CLI exactly. It's still forbidden. I've never seen that problem. Does it like? Does it mean he don't like my Flutter version? Let's see. So FVM is gone. Ooh. So where is my Flutter version? It is in dev, I think. Or tools, Flutter, Flutter 2. There's a Flutter 2 and a Flutter 1. Which Flutter use he? Which Flutter? We have the Flutter in bin Flutter. Bin tools, Flutter, bin Flutter. Flutter, bin. Aha, this one. Okay. Let's switch that. And how do we do that? For that I will probably have to open a terminal, but I want to go into the Finder quickly. The ZSH file. And here we should have something with Flutter inside. Pub cache. Okay, this is the Dart SDK with FVM as default. Wait, do we use a different Dart version? Which Dart? No, it's the same one. Tools, Flutter bin Dart, okay. But the cache lives somewhere here in FVM. Interesting. So I will remove that now and let's see what happens afterwards. Then there is amplify stuff. That's okay. Sonar scanner. And there is the Flutter version inside. So instead of using Flutter, what we could do is switching quickly to Flutter 2. But that would mean that in the worst case, we have to reinstall Flutter. So let us quickly look. Flutter _2. Flutter _2. Okay, so save that, close that. Quickly have to close that one also. Terminal. Which Flutter? So we have now Flutter 2. Let's see, Flutter upgrade. Now we have to install, unfortunately, some stuff. And then I want to see where Dart is getting installed. Okay, and while this is on the way, we can maybe quickly ask which Dart. Yeah, perfect. And if we have now the Firebase CLI. Okay, it's waiting for the lock. Good. Very sorry that we have to make the setups now, but I would like that the stuff is working. It cannot be that there are like promoted tools on Flutterfire and they don't work. Just that wouldn't be good. I would be very sad. Some JIT stuff, downloading all the stuff. And here it worked now. Very weird. Okay, so it wants to have that cache part back. Let's see if this was the reason that the caching is not there anymore. So we had the cache part here, home path. Add Dart home cache. Export path equals to, by the way, can I make this bigger? Yes. Good. So export path, blub, and then we say like this and colon $path. Good, should work. Let's quickly retry. Close that. This can be closed. Terminal. Make it bigger again. Command not found export. Terminal. Now it looks better. So which Dart? Perfect. And that with the installation. Let's see. Okay, now we got it. Okay. It was a lot of work, but hey, it worked. Sorry for that. So sadly, we had to reinstall Flutter to install the Flutterfire CLI. We currently try to implement the authentication process from Flutterfire. Good, so we can close that. We switched quickly our Dart version, so also that could happen from time to time. And let's see if I can now start IntelliJ. So, and Ruby is getting started. And then we have run the Flutter configuration, select the Firebase project and platforms. Okay, let's try that. I'm really curious. So first time I work with the Flutterfire CLI. So fetching available Firebase projects. Now probably I have to log in. An error occurred on the CLI. Okay, command failed to list projects. See debug log for more info. That went not that good. Firebase debug log. So what's the problem? There's a lot of stuff. So let's read NVM version node 1416. Request had invalid authentication credentials. Expected OAuth token. Okay, so where do I have to set up the OAuth token? Do I have to log in first? Maybe that's the problem. Firebase login. Already logged in with gmail.com, which is actually pretty perfect. So, but it seems here I'm not logged in with that account. Okay, understood. So what do we have to do? I quickly change here the view intermission, then I can enter passwords without a problem. So let's see, switching to add another account. Or what I also could do is just log out from, but I think it's better if we use that account actually. Okay, so sorry, just a second. Entering my crazy long passwords everywhere. Good, then Gmail. So. Nope, this is Gmail. No internet. Huh? Oh, come on. So, second try. Boop, boop, boop. And the authentication happened. My storage is nearly full, that's fine. Didn't matter actually. So quickly reload here. And now if I switch to this one, go to console, we have to probably create a new project. So like nvubi, yeah, just take that random number here, nvubi random number, save. Take that one, create. And then hopefully we get the package, but it's still a bit weird that we don't get Firebase projects list. German keyboard now. Error, failed to see Firebase debug. Email OpenID out cloud platform. We assigned a user, refresh an access token with scope. Expires. Get. Request that invalid access authentication. Maybe. What is that? Maybe I have to log in and log out once with the Firebase tooling. Let's see, Firebase logout. Invalid did not need to de-authenticate. Logged out. Aha! Nope. Great stuff. This is just the wrong page, so I have to go here. Select the Gmail account. Allow that stuff. Welcome to the CLI. Great stuff. So, let's see what we have now. So, finally, let's go Flutterfire configure. Perfect. Yes, we use nvubi. Which platforms should your configuration support? Android, iOS, macOS, and web. Do we have macOS actually? I think we don't have activated macOS at the moment. And I believe we should maybe not do it yet. Web is maybe a good idea. macOS we can do in the future. So that's fine. Android is not registered on Firebase Project. Yes, register a new Android, okay. Oh, perfect. Hey, that CLI is amazing. If it does everything for us with that stuff, I love it. But what we can see is already this part is pretty wrong. So probably we have that still from the very good, unfortunate. So we have to change that everywhere because I believe in the manifests and everywhere the package is wrong. So the files Firebase Gradle, build Gradle will be updated to apply Firebase configuration build. Do you want to continue? Yes, can do that. Crash, fair enough. Firebase configuration file generated successfully. Okay, so if we look now in the commits, we should see a lot of new files and a lot of different stuff like the Google Services JSON. And if we reload here, we also see that now there are a lot of different packages created and I have to delete all of them. No, not the project. Remove this app. Yes, remove the app permanently, remove the app permanently, and remove it permanently. And that sounds now like a very bad idea, but I also have to roll back all that. Because the first thing we have to do is changing all the places where we have this com example. Very good. Even though I don't want to say something against this very good company, but it needs to be our domain, right? And I think there cannot be spaces. So Flutter explained .nvubi. And I think we replace that just everywhere. I think this one can be excluded. Open and find window. So replace all occurrences. So we have the first one in Android manifest. We can replace that, replace that, replace that. We have to replace it here. I believe also here. This one also is important. This is the all iOS bundle identifiers. And the runner RC, yeah, it's for, tell me, that was for Windows. Okay, so now we do that on main directly because this is such a small environment change, which is quite necessary. So let's add that as setup. And cleaned all locations of the package name of feel good CLI. 6 errors, 6 warnings. That's probably because of the Gradle file. That is okay. Commit anyway. Good. So after that huge mess that I created, I think we should now retry to set up the Flutterfire part. So let's try it again. And with that, if we execute that again, hopefully it will now take the right version. So let's see, we take in Vubi, we say again, yeah, all three. Yes, much better. So that was a very quick doing of that setup here. Okay, now it will take a second. Fetching web. Registering. Created. Perfect. Okay, we got the app IDs. Now I'm curious, really curious. What is now this for a package? Firebase options. What is that? So K is web, then has not been configured for macOS. You can reconfigure this by running Flutter CLI again. Okay. We return Android, and Android is all the API keys and stuff. Nice. And I believe we have to, or we should check that in, right? Even though that this is public available, everyone can access the project at the end. We have to configure the broken stuff then differently. Okay. So with that, we have now also in the project overview, probably 3 apps, hopefully. Is that correct? Yes. So we have now all 3 elements here. Good. Now let's check what we have to commit, and also I think we can push this part. This was just push rejected. Push was rejected. Remote changes need to be merged before pushing. Okay. So let's create a new branch like Firebase setup. Then we can also add all these parts here. This is now the whole Flutter Fire part. And how many Google JSON files do we have now? Where is this file actually located? Google Service JSON. Ah, it's in Android, okay. But why is it not necessary for iOS? Ah, we have this Firebase app ID file. Very interesting solution. Okay, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. That works, and there we have it. Okay, no matter nevertheless, we can probably push that already. So we have now Firebase set up. We have a connection here, and let's see how the tutorial goes further. But for now, we can say initialized the Firebase project in Ruby with our app. For warnings. Cannot properties. Yeah, this is Gradle stuff again and some version upgrade. That's fine. Can live with that. Cool. Get rid of that. Why is it open always the Dart library at the moment? Okay. So. Can we still start the app? Is maybe a good question. So can close that for now. Once configured, a Firebase option file will be generated for you containing all the options required for initialization. Additionally, if Flutter will automatically be applied for you. If you add support for a new platform in your Flutter app, Android, introduce new Firebase service into your app, adding Firebase database, then you should reconfigure Firebase with your CLI again. Okay. Next, the generated options need to provide the initialize app method. Since this is asynchronous operation, the main function can be modified to ensure initialization. Yeah, I know. First, import Firebase core, and then we just use the Firebase options. Within our main function, ensure widget Flutter binding is initialized, and then initialize Firebase. The cool thing is about the very good CLI provides us at the beginning with 3 different flavors. So for example, if you would work with 3 different flavors, you can imagine you have 3 different instances of Firebase, for example. One for development, with second one for staging, where you want to test your stuff, and the last one for production. And the cool thing would be that you can now, because of our setup that we have here with the bootstrap, we could now say here inside, and I'm pretty sure that is the reason why this exists, we can now initialize that here in different manners. So this bootstrap does it for all 3, I guess, but we could also pass that in, that we say, okay, we give in that bootstrap method not only the function that should be executed afterwards, but also the Firebase configurations depending on it. Can we also do it directly here? So if we want to set up Firebase now, and I would say we import here that stuff. Do we have access to it? Firebase core is red. Target of URI doesn't exist. Okay. Okay, let's keep that out for now and try to initialize it first. So I'm unsure if we need that. Let's try. And if this is the case, then await Firebase initialize. Firebase initialize, we cannot take that. Main needs to be async, that's fine. Create Firebase is not there. And Firebase options is this one. Okay, got it. So why can we not use Firebase? Don't we have Firebase core installed? Is that missing? That is the pubspec. YAML. No, we don't have the dependency yet. That's the problem. Here's the command. Yeah, I thought so, that there is something missing. So installing. Now we have the Firebase core, way better. And here we can now import good old Firebase, no? I think I had that in my command Firebase core. Not possible. Why can I not access Firebase from here? Let us quickly restart the IDE. I have the feeling that this is the problem. Da, 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 da. Nope, still red. Can we import it now? Undefined name Firebase. I don't get it at the moment. So if we have the Firebase core installed and we have access to it, what is exported from here? Firebase core exports the Firebase app. Firebase app, but this is not correct, right? No. Default app instance. Firebase options, default options. There is nothing else. Did I miss something? Flutter pub get, okay. Flutter does not work. Firebase out instance, Firebase. From web index HTML. But this is web. I don't necessarily, I already called Firebase. Initialize app. Why can I not import Firebase? What's going on? Here's also everything red. Firebase options is not there. Is required. So probably the CLI is not there where it needs to be yet. But why is this Firebase not working? That's odd, say the least. Pubget once more. Firebase core. Core is on version 1.15. Why do we have now version 0 something? Did I install that somehow wrong? Okay, my IDE is back. Okay, so there is a newer version. Then please install the newest version, and then probably it works also. What did I do that I installed the wrong version? I was pretty sure that Firebase core pubed. Weird. Okay. Nevertheless, now I hope it works, but I don't trust this command now anymore. Fair enough. So, do we have now Firebase? Yes. Do we need the core? Not necessarily. Yes, we need it. Okay. Great stuff. The bootstrap is also asynchronous, so we have to wait probably for that. Good. Why is that wrong? Organize. Okay, do it. So, and we can do that now. Default Firebase options. Aha, okay, this one is now especially just for all three, more or less. So what we could do is just copy them with and saying, okay, we need the same thing here because we want to use at the moment for all packages the same Firebase instance. But what we could do is having here 3 different options, right? If we would like to. So make that a wait. And fair enough, staging, same procedure, putting them in, import some stuff. then I'm curious if that works directly. That would be pretty cool. So takes quite a lot of hassle away from that initialization. Okay, let's start that. Could be that we get now an error because it's the wrong time to ensure the initialization process, but let's see. What did I say? Some Ruby problem, FFI. Because its extension are not built, gem pristine. Okay, that could be now something related to Cocoa using art setting the build runner's target. There's a pod problem. Okay, let's try to just go to the terminal, cd iOS, pod install, and let's see what happens. The same error, using Firebase SDK version 8.15 defined in Firebase Core, could not find compatible version core only in pod file. Firebase Core iOS was resolved to 1.15, which depends on Firebase Core only 8.15. None of our source contain a spec satisfying the dependency core only. Then let's try pod repo update. See what happens. Updated trunk and pod install. Beautiful. So we needed to invalidate the pod file, which we do now. Installing Firebase, Firebase Core. Good. Pods are installed. Some error messages. Corrected did not base configuration. I mean, this is the default automatically assigned to version 12 because no platform was specified. Okay, I think we can. No, don't do that. There's now a different topic. Don't always pick up news stories. I'm bad in that if I work alone, I have to admit. So using the pod files, we want to have also these pod file inside. In the pod file, there are stuff defined, what we have to install and things like that. But now we should be able to start the app again. Pod install working. Xcode will take 18 seconds again. I quickly grab me a water, back in a sec. Thanks for waiting. Or not waiting. Okay, so the app is back. We have now everything up and running. Things are working and we get the nice little arrows down here. So, but now I'm curious. That means we have specified everything. Firebase is now successfully added into our app. Good, push. What's next? Now we want to work here further. Get that, run app, material, or Cupertino app. We use material at the moment, and I think we still use that to be wrapped in an app material app. Depending on your choice, the UI will automatically reflect the differences. Okay. And then we have material app, home, out, gate. So the auth gate will probably decide if we will be registered or not, and gate because you cannot enter without authentication. Before we can display a sign in screen, we first need to determine whether the user is currently authenticated. That's true. The most common ways to check and to listen to the authentication state changes uses the Firebase out plugin, correct. The out state changes API returns a stream with either the current user if they are signed in or null if they are not. To subscribe to the state in the application, we can build a stream builder. Makes sense. We can also use the block builder for that. Let's see. In the previous step, the AuthGate widget is constructed from the material. This widget will require that the user is signed in before accessing the main application. So what happens here? Okay, this is just a complete own widget that is created. It's nothing that we can just use directly. Starts by subscribing the user authentication state. Yep. Constructing the sign-in screen. Okay, so this starts with then finally with all that stuff, adding the email, password, sign. Okay, great. Good. So then let's see. The out gate seems to be something that we create, right? Firebase out is just using this instance part, and we can maybe require that or change that we get that from an API later. But for now, I want to just follow, and then later we change that. So we take the out gate. I think we keep the naming also at the moment. So let's switch. We are not in the app, we are in auth. And here we want to create a new file called authgate. And this is not anything that is, oh, it's a question. Is that stream builder user and what does it do? Render your application if authenticated. Okay. User is not signed in. That means here we want to render what happened when the user is not signed in, right? If no user is signed in, exactly. So that means we need some kind of home screen, something like where we are registered. That would be the render application if authenticated, so this part. Okay, that means the auth gate is not really a screen. This is just like, it's a page actually, it's just hidden. So we should call that a page. So then we have a stateless widget, which we call authgate page. We import in our case material. And this one returns, yeah, our home screen that we don't have yet. That would mean we have here, the landing screen is before that. Yeah, so probably it will not work like that, but we have to think about it. So we have the authgate page, where we get redirected after the landing page actually. And this one will decide if we are logged in or not. And after that, we will have a real page where we want to go. So like, how do we call that? This would be our quiz folder, where we now at the moment just have a very basic quiz page. Start. Quiz page. Zack. And this quiz page is the one that we would return in general here. Import, good. Can be a const because there's nothing inside. Okay, just to make sure, I want to, instead of a container, a placeholder. And it should take the full width. Why do I want to use a placeholder? Just that it looks like something is there. So maybe we can also wrap it with a scaffold and have an app bar. Body, there's an app bar. And inside of that app bar, we put some stuff inside, like the title, where we have the text, quiz screen. Fair enough. Single quoting, cool. Now that would create this. And now what we want to do is we want to use a stream builder, right? To get return stream builder with the different, yeah, makes sense. We would wrap that with a stream builder. This is a builder. And as we know, a builder always receives the context and something. In our case, it's the snapshot. And we will define in a second what the snapshot is. So going here. Initial data will be nothing or null probably, so I don't have to set that. And the stream comes from Firebase out directly. Okay, so stream comes from Firebase out, which we don't have installed yet. makes sense. So is there something where we have to getting started? Did I miss something? Aha, Firebase out installed on your project. So probably here we get started. There we go. I try this command now at the second time, and now we have to check twice if that is installing correctly. So pubspec, no, not log, the YAML we search, and we go to the terminal, clear that up, put that in. Now let's see which version gets installed and compare that with the version that is existent. So we have here 3.3.15, authentication 3.3.15. That sounds reasonable. So I'm happy with that. Integrate your first screens, Cupertino. We have been here at the stream builder. Fair enough. Get rid of that. Back to our auth gate. And now we should be able to implement that. Firebase out. No. Import Firebase out. No, doesn't find it. So that means we will have to go to the pub spec and make get stream Firebase out. Here we go. Okay. Instance dot so we need a stream of the authentication state, so probably this one. Yep, so that's the stream, and if we execute that we receive, is this a getter? We get the pipe stream changes. Okay, great. That being said, we get inside of this snapshot something, and do we know exactly what we get? Async snapshot of something, so no. What do we receive here? A stream of user. So that means we get here user and a question mark. I forgot, probably. Yes. Like that. Perfect. So now we have typed that this snapshot contains always an async snapshot of user. So that's maybe a bit too type sensitive, but I don't like it if I don't know the types. Water. Okay, great stuff. So, but that means we cannot just return that. We have to think further. So we return that, but like this, and then we can now make it if when something is in that snapshot, then we have data, or better, has no data, I think, was it? Because if we don't have data, now we want to sign in, which then would mean we have to return the sign-in screen, which we don't have yet. So if they are not using snapshots has data, probably has data, yeah. So, and now we want to see the sign-in screen. And because we don't have that, to do, show sign-in screen. So what I do here is quite heavy because you can see we have a direct dependency on Firebase out. So that means when we would have to change this logins section and this Firebase out section, we would have to change all the files that will come with that. That is for now okay, as long as the project is small. And also for me, it is okay when we are only using it for the authentication at the moment. Let's see if we get bigger or more complex, then I will maybe take it out and it needs to get injected so that we don't do it directly on this view. Good. So we show the sign-in screen. So yeah, let's see what the tutorial says, because I think that should be fairly simple now. Screens are customizable, fully styled widgets designed to be rendered as a single screen within the application. Firstly, import the Flutter package. Okay. Go ahead and return a new sign-in screen. Return sign-in screen provider configs. Okay. Oh, we can directly do that. In screen. Sign in screen. Okay, can't import that directly. But I think the Flutter Fire UI we have installed, or go to the pub spec again. No, we don't. Why do I think that everything is installed? today. Huh? Where's that stuff? I thought we did that at the beginning, no? Getting started. This one? Didn't I execute that? Probably I rolled back and then I forgot to get that back into the application. That's possible. So, Flutter Firebase. Okay, got it. So, now we have that. I think we don't even have to import it. We have to. Why is out.dart nothing? It's still not there. So pub get. What is wrong today? Crazy package management. So import, getting the Flutter UI. Is it now there? Yes, out. Here we go. Sign-in screen is there, and probably it can be a const. Stuff that we can give inside, out, footer builder, header builder, resize builder, site builder, subtitle builder. Nice. Cool. Okay, so keep that in. And I believe if we would now take this out gate as one of our first application screens instead of the landing screen. Import. Good. Now we run that. We have that running. Perfect. So that would mean if I reload now quickly the app, we see sign-in screen as first. And that is exactly what we wanted, right? Now we have the possibility to register or sign in, and both are currently blocked, and it's really fast switching because, well, there is no animation between that. Probably we can integrate there more like distance, email, resize, site builder. Yeah, we have to read a little bit more how to do all that stuff in a second, but at the moment that's fine. Okay. Let's see. So we have that snapshot, we built everything. We got our provider configs empty. What does that mean? Nothing. Okay, fair enough. At a minimum, screen requires a list of providers. We are the provider. Providers are meant as of authentication, such as email, password, or OAuth. At the moment, nothing is there, so it's empty. Makes sense. Notice there is a register handler, which when pressed will change the UI to register screen instead. This is fully customizable and can be removed if required. More of customization screen later. Okay. Add some providers, and then we just have to take these providers that are given, like email, Google, okay. Nice. Okay, don't go too much into that, but I think it would be a great opportunity to add the registration parts. So first of all, go to NWubi, and here we can add the email part, of course. Passwordless sign-in, please. I think with email link requires additional configuration step. With email link requires additional, okay. Sign up and sign in. Lower risk of password reuse, yeah. To authenticate a user while also verifying that, okay. I would like to try that too now. I have never made it passwordless, and I would like to see if this works. And the question is that even possible here? Email link provider configuration. So we would try that, I think, because it would be pretty amazing if we get just an email and have to require, so if we enter an email, we get an OTP password that we can then use. And I think passwordless sign-in would be amazing to have. So let's try to set that up. Let's see what we have to do for that. And if it's even possible, using email link, what do we have to do actually? Firebase iOS SDK, okay. Choose the Firebase Authentication. Enable it in Firebase, send an authentication link to user email address. To initiate the authentication flow, presented the user. There's some Objective-C stuff. But before I start now with all that, sign in an Apple mobile ID. Okay, I have the feeling if we do that, it's also again a different funnel. The question is if this is maybe already implemented here. So let's see. We have the authentication, password, email link out. Now, if you haven't already, get started, guy. Enable the sign in for Firebase. To sign in a user, you must be first enable the email provider and email link sign in method. Sign in email provider, email link, and save. Okay, save. Done. Now let's see. Send an authentication link to the user's email address. To initiate, present an interface, blah, blah, blah. The deep link to embed. Then we need deep link stuff. Okay, I can understand that all of that stands here, but actually I would think that this is already happening with this part. Let's see. Provider? No. Provider configs. Do they? Yeah. Do we have a provider configuration? No. Email provider configuration. Email link provider configuration. What's that? This action code setting. What is an action code setting? Android package name, Android minimum version, Android install, dynamic link domain, handled code in app. I would really love to have that, honestly, but it looks like a lot of work. Also with the dynamic link stuff, I don't think we have a domain yet. And I forgot my timer. No. I will be back in 5 minutes. I will have to go quickly on the toilet and will make me a new coffee. So until then, please don't leave. Would be great to see you in a sec. back. So I've built my Flutter app as a web. Oh, I forgot my coffee. I'm so stupid. Next. Okay. So, but it seems to be possible to have that email link provider directly from here. We just have to know what we have to pass in, everything. And I think actually we can do that. Why shouldn't we try? I think that's a good thing to do. So we take this. Probably we have to create that, right? Add URL. Okay, we will find that and just make that a bit more cleaner. So, okay, so probably there will be a lot of different things that are missing, right? No? Array of null is in an const constructor. Android install app, minimum version, package name, link domain. And what is the URL for? Wait, maybe we can find inside of this authentication part, email link. Action code, URL, finish sign up, card 123, URL you want to redirect to. The domain example.com for this URL must be whitelisted in the Firebase console. Do we want to navigate back? The deep link to embed and any additional state to be passed along. The link's domain has to be whitelisted in the Firebase console list of authorized domains, which can be found by going to the sign in method tab, authentication sign in. The link will redirect the user to this URL of the app. If the app is not installed on their device, okay, so this is the Google Play Store link, for example. So what we could do is in Wubi, in our project of Firebase, there is the possibility to add these dynamic links down here. And I will activate that now. And what we have for a domain, can we have some custom brand your links completely with URL prefixes made up of a custom domain name? Optional, my prefix, my path. Customized domains look professional and contextual, resulting in more clicks. Okay, let's try Flutter explained.dev. No site has been created in Firebase hosting. Makes sense because the domain is mine. Okay, let's say just Flutter explained and keep it together. Continue. No site has been created. What is in the right place of your app, whether or not it's installed. Okay, there is someone ringing. I will be back in a sec. So much to that. How do I get started? We create dynamic link. Sorry, needed to jump down to the bottom. Orgy, hey, great to see you. No worries, enjoy. Hopefully you don't do so much stuff today. Don't be too busy. So enable Firebase Dynamics links. So why can I not enable that? There was a mistake. So domain. Domain. Can I not just jump over that? Create add URL prefix. Okay. Aha. Links, page link. Okay, there are free. Flutter. Explained page link. Okay, great. Has been approved and verified. Cool stuff. So with that, I have now access as this URL. Then I can create new URL dynamic links. So something like if something fails would be, yeah, we can just use a random one. A dynamic link is a little deep link into your app that works whether or not. So that would be, for example, at the moment, Flutter explained.dev, of course, HTTPS. So dynamic link name, Flutter explained. No, the dynamic link would be mean. What was the name of the dynamic link? The deep link to embed and any additional state to be passed along. The link's domain has to be whitelisted, which can be found on the ongoing sign-in. The link will redirect the user to this URL if the app is not installed on their device, and if the app is not installed on their device, and the app was not able to be installed. Authentication sign-in. So let's try that. So Flutter, that would be this is the fallback link, something like that. Next, open a deep link in your browser. Yeah, it's fine. Open link in, yeah, also in browser. I don't want to track that, so skip, create. Fair enough. So copy that one. And what do we see here now? So that means this would be the link that we would fall back into when we cannot, when we not have the app installed. So at the moment, this can be changed later, obvious. Okay. So what was else that we needed? Integrate, Flutter Fire, authentication, Android package name, and iOS bundle ID. The app to use and sign in back. I guess this is just the default one, so I think we don't have to set that, or do you think we have to double enter that? Let's do it then. That's the package name. That would be dev.flutter explained.nvobi, and the same thing for the iOS bundle ID. Bundle? No? Ah, there's no. So exactly the same one. Good. Handle code and app and dynamic link domain. Ah yeah, dynamic link domain would be in our case page.link, right? Oh no, this one would be the domain, I guess. It's the whole part. Could be that it works, could be that it is wrong. Let's see. Okay, so now let's see in our app. So we have sign in with magic link. Great stuff. If I press that, we get an email address recommendation. xp@gmail.com. Send the magic link. Okay, so let's go to Gmail quickly. Now you see all my private messaging, but that's fine. That's the wrong one. A new Mac, we noticed a new Mac. Yeah, makes sense. But I did not receive the email yet. But the question is, did there happen an error? What did he probably try and why did it not work? Maybe it was not whitelisted already, or there was something according to request that Firebase sent authentication to the user. Instant send link to mail. Okay. So did that happen? So I can go to the authentication. No. Sign in method. Email. Templates. Sender name not provided. So what we can do is Flutter, no, nvubi from nvubi@firebase.com. Reply to subject, verify your email, blah, blah, blah. Okay, save. Then we have password reset and nvubi app. Aha. No reply is a good name, I guess. Yeah. Reset to. I forgot about it. So actually I would assume that that is working. No reply is good. And Ruby, I want to get an address change. Support your domain.com. You can use your own SMTP. Yeah, we don't want that. So actually I was pretty sure that this should work already. So why is it not the case? Let's quickly restart the app. Sign in. Ah, maybe because we are signing in and that is maybe not possible with... do I have to register maybe first? No, actually I don't think so. Send the link. Still the wrong email address. Maybe it's in spam. No. Sadly not. It's just not there. Did not receive it. That's quite a shame. So why don't we receive it? Installation guide. Maybe I have to give, or I gave too many information. Let's remove all of that. What happens now? If I restart that, sign in. Nope, still nothing. Nope, nope, nope. Spam updates. No, just advertisement stuff. Why did that not work? So what would happen if I just do that on Flutter or HTTPS Flutter explain.dev? Why do I need an URL for that? What is the URL in that case? I did not completely understand that yet. Send URL, the deep link to embed and any additional state to be passed along. URL example finishing sign up card 123. The domain for this URL must be whitelisted in Firebase console. Sign-in method. Example.com finish sign up. Sign-in method. There was authorized domains and firebaseapp.com localhost. Okay, so maybe it's this one that we has to use. This one. So, and then we say the same thing like he did, right, with the sign up part. So finish sign up. Let's see, sign in, and let's take a temp email. Yay. And Firebase web app localhost. Do I have to? And additional domains. No, domain is not what I would expect here. Usage, none. Templates, yep. Handle code in app. This must be true here then. But maybe this iOS and Android bundle is important, but I would like to see more errors. You know, there happens nothing. That's weird. So dev.explained, Flutter explained, and Ruby, and the same name for Android. Temp mail sent. Anything happening? Nope, nope, nope. Okay, that means it's also not dead. Must be whitelisted in Firebase console. Okay, this is just where I want to navigate then to. So we can add a domain, for example, flutter explain.dev. And with that, it's whitelisted. So that would be just mentioning that we can send information from there and to there. That being said, we could say, okay, hey, here would be just if everything runs wrong, then please go to explain.dev. So, but this is not a problem actually, unfortunately. So why does it not work that we create this magic user link? Sign in, do it again. What do we else need? Dynamic link domain. Android dynamic link domain we created. That is the one from the NVubi down here. So we could use that one. Just this. Android install app, minimum version, handle code in app. The default is false when true. The action code link. And there was something written. This needs to be true. This must be true. Handle code in app. Set to true. The has always to be complete in the app, unlike other. To be signed in and they're out. But maybe that doesn't even change anything. It's weird that we don't send even an email. Can't explain why. At the moment, at least. An unknown error occurred. Ooh, that's different. No implementation found. Register token listener on. Firebase out. Platform channel. Okay. Maybe I have to remove that. Okay, it's good and bad at the same time. No implementation found out. Register token, register ID token on Flutter. Missing plugin exception. Missing plugin exception. Pod install, my friends, because probably out came across and they don't know about out yet, and I forgot to install it, run the app, and it explains why it doesn't work. Wake up, you have a questions. Hello, of course, answer. I love to answer questions. You are the first one today who asked one. How can I help you today? Ooh, it's installing long, so there's a lot of things coming additionally to it. Good old Ruby stuff. FBAM kit. So. The music is over, so I will try something. Let's go there. I got this error, Flutter in-app web view. Is that an error? I believe there is a bit missing, or? So in-app web view just means that there is a web view somewhere. I don't think this is an error, actually. It's a package, actually. Ooh. Oh, better music. Perfect. And I forgot again the timer. But not this time. Let's activate it. So then after 1 hour, make some short break, making some sports, breather. And then maybe we have an invitation register screen and we have the possibility to use a magic link to jump into our code and things like that. That would be cool. Bing. So, sorry, got an SMS. So, what do we see here? gRPC. gRPC is always very big to install. It's always the same problem. Twitter login installed. Okay, good, good, good. So, and now the moment of truth. Please just work now. That would be so cool. So, pod install, run. Go. Yeah, sorry, takes a second. My computer comes into stress, I have the feeling. So slowly, we have everything inside so that it takes enough time. But wake up, what is your question? I got this error. It's difficult to say, there is just half missing, I believe. Or is it just for me that way? Maybe I can make that a bit bigger for me. I can better read. Oops, I did something wrong. A problem occurred, configure project Flutter in-app view. Yeah, do you use the in-app view? Like, is that the package that you use? Like this, what one was it? That one that I showed you, the pub.dev in-app view. But the problem is still that this is not really a problem, right? A problem occurred, that sounds like not really an error, it's just the consequence. In-app review, no, that's not what you meant, right? You mean in-app web view. No? Flutter in-app web view, here, this one. So it sounds like you used this package and something occurred during the initialization or configuration. And if there is not much more errors, then you will need to find a way to log it differently, maybe with ADB or something. Because I think with that problem alone, you will be having a hard time to solve that. Hey, go full stack! Great name. Which kind of full stack? Full stack developer. How are you doing? Running Xcode and we run Xcode. Okay, gRPC takes quite some time. Sorry that I can't help you more with that, wake up. I use a tool called KeyDrawer for that. It was quite a challenge to find a very good tool that makes it, well, look beautiful somehow. Ooh, what, Siri? Don't need Siri. But maybe we can add here the keys linger time a little bit. So maybe change it also to dark mode, because dark mode is always better. So yeah. Maybe something that I should add into my description too, like what tools I use. Or maybe I write a blog about it. That would be also an option. Anyone wanted to do that, like stream setup or something like that. Would be maybe quite interesting. But now we build gRPC, which takes hours. It's maybe a good time to stretch a little bit. So getting up, that we don't sleep in, and open up the window, getting some air inside. Can go here to intermission, because I think on the screen nothing happens at the moment. So if you may have more questions, now it's the perfect time to do that. I hate to wait for software, it's always the biggest pain. In my setup, I am currently working with 2 Macs. On the left, the current setup that I play with. I have a Chem-Link, this is interesting. Maybe I can show you a bit around. More or less, this is how it looks at my place at the moment. So you can see there is my Mac on that I work currently. This is my Arduino with my LED part that I work currently on. One monitor, here's the configuration stuff. Then my mouse and keyboard, my Elgato thing. Yeah, and the camera that I'm currently using, that you see at the moment, is my Logitech C29 or something, or 922 or something. And I really regret to buy that webcam, actually. It was a very good idea, but it has so many twerks and it is so not always useful. Yeah. So cannot really help you there. But what I can recommend is, for example, can you see that? This tripod. So I was very happy to buy that tripod for the camera because it is very stable and it helps you a lot to record videos if you have a very stable basement. Where I am currently in my office in Germany. And we wait still for building time. Crazy stuff. And if you're now also interested how hot it has at the moment 23 degrees here inside. So actually it's maybe a good idea to also reduce a little bit the things that I wear. So my old company t-shirt from New Zealand. So shout out to everyone who is watching from Diligent. Wow, this is crazy that it builds so long. Jeez. What is that now? Is it broke? Let me quickly check the monitor. Activity monitor, here we go. So, what's up here? Clang is working. Okay, no, it's really building. So no luck. Nothing that we can improve here, I guess. Yeah, then we have to wait further. I think it's a good time to make some push-ups. Still building. No luck here. from Zanzibar. Is that not like a vacation time or a vacation village or something where you have to be? Or country? Let me quickly Google. No idea about Zanzibar. Hello Arone, nice to see you. Tanzania in Eastern Africa, okay. So it's sad again how bad my Earth knowledge is. So, Google Maps. I wanted to go to Kenya during my world travel, didn't manage to do that. But then I would be only close to your place, I guess. Or closer than now, at least. Zanzibar. Welcome. Well, thank you for that. No, I think we want Somalia, Tanzania. Tanzania is this, and then this should be Zanzibar. Hey, at least I found it then directly. Lucky me. Ah, you didn't see that. I had a success and you didn't see it. So such a shame. Okay, if it's building now more and more and longer, then I slowly get the feeling that we have a broken state somehow. So, the problem is with that build now, I'm pretty sure that it is reasonable that it takes so long. And the reason for that is that in Stone Town. So, do I have still Google Maps open? Yeah, I wanted to enter Zanzibar and found that one. So it's a very nice place actually. I heard about it. Ooh, Shangu Island, interesting. But yeah, crazy how small the world is at the end. Cool. Oh, it's built after 600 seconds. That's 11 minutes. Wow, that's nuts. Okay, great stuff. We have finally built it, syncing the files. I hope we are done. Hopefully the next build will be faster. Going here, entering our temp email, chuk, passed, send, an internal error had occurred. Print and inspect the error details for more information. I did not get any error details. Let's bring them back. Let's see what... An internal error. Print, inspect the error details for more information. Now, how should I get them? I mean, we are here in the development phase. An internal error has occurred. Print and inspect the error details for more info. Breakpoint action, subtitle. Let us quickly do something. Let us take the project. There was the possibility of authentication, sign-in methods, and just take this one for now as an URL. Ah, yeah, let's do it this way and just try to send it. Yeah, rebuild probably. Super useless somehow. Welcome, Khan. Nice to see you. Firebase dynamic links. What does that mean? Dynamic links. Recalling instance. Yeah, but I don't need that. actually. An internal error. How should I debug that now? I mean, if it doesn't expose that to me, I can do nearly nothing, I guess. No, that's wrong. Print and inspect the error details for more info. Actions breakpoint display email footer key. Nope. I cannot see it here. Logcat maybe? No, logcat wouldn't be. What I could try is going following. So we quickly close that. We destroy that here. And we open Xcode itself. So we get maybe more insights what exactly happens there. Hey Amish, welcome back. So we are currently still with the email link provider on the way. So we want to make it possible that we get a magic link, we click on it, and then nicely it should open up the app for us. So I don't want to log in as usual. I want to do it via the link. And we managed it now to get an error, but I can't figure out what the error is meaning because we don't get additional information for it. So for that, I decided now to open the project inside of Xcode itself, build the project there, so we get maybe more additional logging information about the error that happens. Hey Shamik, nice to see you. So any device, it's also not perfect. Runner, I think I opened the wrong part. Open again. The workspace we want, right? That's indexing. Maybe it takes time. Okay, sure. Maybe you have seen already the magic link login possibility. You go to a website or to an app, you go inside, you press a button, and then you enter your email address and you get back like an email link. And you click that link, you get redirected into your app, and suddenly you are logged in. And that is exactly what we want to build. But somehow it cannot send emails from the SMS. We get an internal error. So I can show you. We have here the app. For that, we have this nice little button here. And if I press that, I can send here an email inside and press send magic link. But sadly, an internal error occurs and we cannot send it. Yeah, exactly, passwordless. That's the idea at the end. So that could reduce the friction a little bit from the app, and I like the idea actually a lot, but sadly I was not able to implement it yet. So if you have ideas what the problem is, I'm all ears. And also I can turn on the light again. You see me again. So, why is that still indexing? It authenticates by saving the email address, and because you click on the link in the email, it will identify that this email is valid and will log you in with a magic link into your app. So that is the idea. It's quite a smart technology, honestly. Don't do that quickly. What is the kind of runner? Production development. And we want to have that on the iPhone 13. On that branch, yep. The runner is NVOBI, that's perfectly fine. Target is 12, also fine. And what do I search? Nothing actually, I just want to start it. Let's build that stuff. Constructing a little bit. In our current company, we have that too, and I, well, want to see how it works with Flutter. And thanks to Firebase, we have that nearly out of the box, so it should be fairly simple. It's just a bit sad that it doesn't expose the error, because this sign-in page that we have used here, well, it's a plugin and a package, and they don't expose the error codes. And this is a bit sad in that case, because I don't just get any information what happens inside of it. So that's my hope that Xcode will give me a bit more infos. So maybe we can pass in a debug information or something. So sign in screen, Flutter Fire. How do we call it? Email with link internal error. See if we get something. Aha, that looks familiar. When trying to log in and sign in with email, I get the exception and ran into the same problem. I was setting up Firebase app, Firebase database as indicated in example. Once I get rid of the code and just used Firebase app instance. Still doesn't work on iOS. Yeah, but that's very old, or yeah, 2019. An internal error has occurred. Okay. Chop. Our rework plugin has part of the roadmap, was published over a week ago. This is 2020. So maybe that's also not part of it. It's a very weird error. Okay, so we have to quickly wait again till it's built. Maybe we have to just remove it once from the board here. Get rid of it and get rid of it. But these are the daily struggles if you develop, right? You want to do something, which is pretty easy, but suddenly there are a lot of things like configurations and internal errors that you don't know where they come from and things like that. So you never know what journey you will come when you start such a thing. And suddenly you are sitting here, I have no idea what is the problem, especially because it should be that easy, you know? It's a super easy package to use, and yeah, use user for the mail, send authentication link. Email password sign in. Site content, subtitle, additional screens, forget phone number, password, okay. Providers, email password link. First ensure that the email link is enabled under email password provider. Done. On any UI widget which supports providers, you can now provide an instance of email link provider configuration to the providers config. Email link providers are only available on iOS and Android. Okay, fair enough. Com bundle ID. Handle code. Android minimum version. Maybe I did something wrong. Okay, let's try that. Let's say we just add all the things that they have. But no, let's build quickly first the app again. Then we will see. Are there any reason why you will use Firebase instead of building a server with Node.js, Python, or PHP? Well, first of all, you can always create servers, your own. I use Firebase now just because it's more convenient, it's faster. Also, if I have to create all that authentication authentication parts, then you will have to also maintain all of it. And the idea is to have the authentication done by a third-party service and then taking care only for the relevant information. Like, we will create a server for this app, but it will authenticate or take the authentication knowledge also from Firebase and then will do something with this user. I don't want to handle all the authentication part, because then you have to also refresh tokens, you have to make sure that your app is secure, and if there happens something, then usually you have a whole shit show. So I'm always a bit hesitant to really do authentication completely by myself, especially if I am the only developer, because it would not be a very good solution at the end. Compared to something like Firebase Out, which is like very fireproven since 10 years or something. So I think it is better to put authentication into the hands of knowledge, experienced developers who has already proven that they can do it better than I am. And I don't have the hybris to say that I am better than them. So that is my reason why I would never do the authentication on my own. The only question that I currently see is, why the heck is that so slow? That was faster. But I think the Firebase Out is really big at the end, and also because it's using Clank, it's always building the whole part new. It's quite large at the end. GNU, blah blah blah. Do, do, do. And woobifirebaseapp.com. I have the feeling this is the link that I should use actually. And woobifirebase.com. What is with the hosting part? Can we not host also something there? Firebase tools, okay. Initialize your project, okay, and then we can host it via that. Because then we could also create like a fallback page where we just host it there directly. Yeah, the problem is also that SHA is sometimes not enough, you know. Then even with SHA 265, if passwords lie onto your database, there is always the possibility that someone decrypts the stuff. That's really not, it's a legal problem even, you know. Then you have to provide all these things, and if you are living in Germany like I am, if you know GDPR, that's a whole different topic. Then you start like getting really crazy with passwords. You don't want to have this boilerplate. Is that Twitter login that takes so long? No, or no. Crazy how long the build time is at the moment. Really don't like that. The CPU is 100% used. Free Clang services are working on that thing. Jesus Christ. Chromium is also in the back, but yeah, I believe that is not the problem. Memory is empty. I think he means hashing if he talks about encryption. So 265, but it's very interesting to implement once authentication. So it's a very good training. So if you would like to do that, feel free to do it. But I would not recommend to do it for application that you want to ship and also make publicly available. So, last couple of bits. Yay! Finally. Attaching the runner, Google sign-in, iOS simulator. Okay, so let's see. Can we get somewhere debugger or something? Message tags. Aha, here we go. So let's click on sign in. Let's get the email address. Whoop, add that. Now let's see and search magic link. Fail to log metrics. Fail to log metrics, boring SSL. Use keyboard info is that? No, here we don't get any info, or we don't get the infos neither. Could not signal. Why does it not? Fail to log metrics. Boring SSL. Does it want to have be an HTTP? But I can't believe that. Did we not see in the example here? They use HTTPS, and here they use it not. So which one is correct now? Ah. Okay, finish off Xcode. I think that's it. It doesn't help us necessarily. Let's try it with the new version here. No, please don't build it again. Completely new. Email link configuration example.com, but the problem is example.com is not really existing for us. You need Firebase CLI, a command line run by npm. We have that. Firebase login, Firebase init, okay. Firebase deploy, okay. So what we could do is creating a website where we just deploy that stuff. Don't we have Firebase web here inside this project? Lib web, we have. So what we could do is the following. We go to terminal while this is building, and we don't have to do anything else. So clear that, cd ... and say flutter build web. Target file main not found. Lib main not found. Aha, okay, fair enough. Swoop, we need this one. Flutter build -h iOS web. href blah blah blah, null assertion, web profiler release, target. What are you doing? I'm building. I tried to get a magic link happening here inside of our app. We have this nice little app, and there we have the magic link inside. The question is, why do I do building now? It doesn't make sense to deploy this page actually. But maybe if we would create another page and we could release that. My idea was to host something on an URL to see which would be the app, but we have here already something. and will be, okay, both URLs shows on the same page. Fair enough. So if we have a nice little website, we can just publish it there and that's it. I just wanted to see which domains live behind there. The reason for that is if the same, we use that domain already here and will be firebaseapp.com. I hope I don't have a spelling error. I believe it's the same, right? Yeah, it's the same. And yeah, until now we have to wait again for the Clunk stuff. I don't know why it is building everything again. Because the reason is we want to sign in with a magic link. I have here an email, send it here, but it's giving us an internal error. So we have to play a bit around because we don't get this error exposed. So I don't know which error it is. And unfortunately, the build time is at the moment around 10 minutes, which drives me completely nuts. Okay, but nice to see you back, Nickel. Hope you're happy and well, and your YouTube channel does well. All of these stuff. So I think this time the live stream will be consistent out of 80% build time. Is that not crazy? Yeah. What is the problem here? Not default cases? We should not use default. Yeah, that's all good. This can be done. Okay. So then we have the OR gate. The OR gate would do all that. And just this part, it can. We could be very far already, so that we have the authentication running without the nice little email link. But I want to have it now even more because I invested already so much time. Handle encode URL. Maybe I read in the Firebase quickly if there is something that I missed. Maybe Firebase using email link. Password less, send authentication URL. This is the same thing. But look, there is the string also with HTTPS. Don't you dare to be the only problem here. But I cannot debug that somehow, or there is no possibility to get like error handling. Error handling? Sign in with password. But this is the authentication, but I talk about the Flutter UI, authentication, localization, providers, building a custom UI, localization. If app supports only a single language and you want to override labels, you will need to provide a custom class that implements default localization, for example. If label overrides to the theming. Yeah, okay, it takes just the material app theme, so that is no problem. Verifying OneDrive, jeez, things happening. Navigation instance, current user, sign in profile. Name drought, okay. Yeah, we will use a package for that later. Yeah, but there is no possibility of error handling, sadly. Sadly, no possibility. No design at the moment. I'm just working blind boxed. So we have some ideas with some color schemes, but there is no real fancy design that we will use. Not yet. So maybe that's a good option. But what we have is at the moment a project like version 1. And here I would like to introduce also the wiki that I introduced yesterday evening. And what I also want to do is creating like Figma files or something for that. I think Figma is a good tool, or should we use Figma? Yeah, I believe Figma is a good tool to create the first couple of parts. Or maybe if it's really an app that we want to go further with, I buy, how do you call it, a design for it. But maybe after version 1. Version 1 would be the first that we release, no matter how it looks, but that it has like a basic functionality. Just a second. Yeah, maybe this is something I can do while I'm waiting for stuff. So, getting Figma downloaded. Try Figma for free. Everything is for free until you pay for it. So then let's download the Figma app, and in the meantime then we have everything in place. Application. Open. Is it worth that we build so long? Should I maybe just use Android? Maybe it's faster? I mean, this is nuts. Quickly changing my default browser. So go back, log in, open desktop, open Figma, and voila! After a couple of ages, we have also Figma installed. Team project reasons. I think I got some untitled parts, but that's okay. Can just create 1, 2 or 3 Figma files used. Ah, okay, so I have to use how do I can see that reason? Community? No. Figma basic, okay. In Ruby design. So, and here we can then drop everything in like we want to have it. But at the moment, I think design will be a different part. At the moment, I just want to build that. And I think after that build, we will not use iOS anymore. Then I will focus on Android because that build time is too long. I mean, don't allow. MacRocket is back. Yeah, it's really loud on the side, I know. And I get used to it anymore because I usually work now with the M1 chip and it's so much better, really. So stop that quickly, come. It's not possible. So let's quickly check the monitor. If there are any clank processes left or something like that, so that we have to clean up. But it looks good. So we have now QEMU. Let's see if we can build the development part here. It should be a bit faster. Let's see. Yeah, the M1 handles live stream quite well, but the problem is it cannot be on 2 monitors. So that's why, if you remember, like 3 or 4 weeks ago, I was just working with the M1 chip. That was pretty cool. So it was streaming M1 and also working on the M1, and both were smooth. So I was really surprised by that. So let's see if Gradle is faster than Mac. Ah, there we go. Java. Aha, crash. Perfect. That's way faster, that's true. So dev environment, what went wrong? Execution, process, Google services. Build failed with an exemption. What went wrong? No matching client found for package name dev. Flutter explained in Ruby. No matching client found. Is all iOS? That is something in the build Gradle, probably. Release, staging, production, development, application ID suffix dev. And what is the problem? He don't find that. And when res main. Ah, because of the folder structure. Pretty sure. So that is dev. Flutter explained. And Ruby. Probably that can happen everywhere, like staging. No, that should be fine. So with a bit of luck, we should be fine now. But again, more setup stuff than everything else. This is just the normal M1, the very first one. No matching client found for package and Ruby env. A custom build debug. Ah, because of the Google service JSON. Ah, that could be a problem. That's true. This one is only knowing about this package name. But there are actually 3 different ones. And the bundle ID is never this. But anyway. Dev Flutter explained and Ruby. Oh, could that be also the problem? No, cannot. So if I enter here dev, then it should be fine already. Hopefully. But the problem is, could it be that the package doesn't know it? Sad. That could be a problem. The plugin Firebase database requires a higher Android SDK version. That's beautiful, but that's a complete different topic. Yay. Min SDK cannot be smaller than 19. Okay, min SDK in the plugins. And we have there this one, Flutter min SDK version. Build Gradle. The app build Gradle. And he complains here that the version is too low. And this we can find in the Gradle properties or local properties. No, we cannot. Or no. Settings. Flutter SDK, Flutter Gradle. Okay, if this is not possible, then just hard code it over. I mean, who am I? There's a progress, yeah, that's true. So I'm not the only one who's hard coding it. I think I saw somewhere also a message for that. 5.2 uses and override deprecated. Okay, fine. But that looks good. We're coming closer. But now the question is just if Firebase accept our JSON file, because what I have as a feeling is in firebase.com here. If we look at that, then we should have 3 apps here inside. Why I don't see it? Why don't I see now the app? Because wrong user. Fair enough. This project hasn't the permission. Fair enough. Let's go there. So there is the Android one and it has not the env behind. So it could be, can I change that? This is not production. No, the package name has to be set beforehand. So if I add here an Android one, dev flutter explained dot nvubi.dev, then nvubi development, don't need that. Download that file and probably I have to replace that. So show and finder, go back to IntelliJ, and I think I have to replace that. And we can find that in the app directory, I guess. Yep. Put that in, refactor, overwrite. Multidex support. I heard about that. So multidex support. I remember that I have to add that somewhere. Flutter fix. Flutter multidex handling is disabled. If you wish to let the tool configure multidex, use multidex flag. Flutter multidex handling is disabled. If you wish to let the tool configure multidex, use multidex flag. How do I... So here I would need then to pass in a flag or additional attached run args. Run that development multidex. Hey Rivan, nice to see you. Multidex for Android. Enable multiplayer, huh? Or better, Flutter enable multi-dex. I mean, it seems that multi-dex is Flutter, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, it's just default config adding. Fair enough. Dependency implementation and dependencies. Then that, okay. Enable Chatifier. Open project and open the file. I hope I don't need that. Chatifier I don't like. So let's see. Bob. Get back with that enable multidex here. Restart. So we had a problem with the iOS build because it took so long. So we invested a long time to set up the Android build process. And hopefully it's faster, because else it was not worth the time. Oh. Quickly check the Firebase part. Next, add Firebase SDK. I don't think so that I need that anymore. Continue to the console. Okay, great. So now we have that too. Dev and Woobi and Woobi development. Okay, good. Fair enough. So we have built that. Sign in with the magic link. Given string is empty or null. That's good. Getting the email. Doing some stuff. Send. It looks a little bit less broken, which is good. Ignoring header Firebase folk. Okay. A network error has occurred. Huh? It seems that I have no internet connection. I had that problem multiple times already, so what I will do now is ADB log server Android bridge existing ports. We need no ADV, sorry. Android debugger Android experiment editor SDK. Can we find Where is search for a device? Okay, maybe quickly switch from this to Android Studio. Idea projects and Ruby. Good, good, good. Here we have this, and you please cold boot. So in the meantime, I can increase the font size here. Still no internet connection. Why is my phone not connected to the internet? Ah, okay. So timer was running off. Sorry. Cool. Then I will make a short break, like 15 minutes, I would say. And then we go to the last round. So 16:30 I will be back. Sorry for that, but I need a short break. Hey, Basvanari. So, okay. Bit yellow. So, well, I think that's okay. Okay. So, welcome back. What was the issue the last time? We wanted to run, we didn't have internet on our Android device. So what usually helps me there is removing the Android device and creating a new one. So let's try this. I'm taking Pixel 4. Oh, there's a new one, Tiramisu. Let's stick for now with the R1. Good, created, done, start. Let's see if we get internet now. Yep. Ooh. Cellular, battery, phone, directional, fingerpad. It crashed. Ah, what is that? Okay. But still better than the internet, because Crasher can do something probably against. And what I wanted to set in is that it should be always on top here. I'm gonna put that up here. So let's see if this time everything works well. Okay, we are online and we are offline. Android emulator offline. Simply wipe data, I did that. CMD, RDB kill, go down and find ADB processes. If you find one, right click and click, huh? And choose the emulator which you want to run and wipe data and cold boot. I did that. Take reference. Okay. If this doesn't work, go to the emulator device and enable the developer options, enable USB debugging. Okay, so settings, developer device is via systems, I believe. About, then build somewhere, build number. Got that. So developer, where do I find the developer tools now? Search setting, develop options. Okay, enable USB debugging. It's activated. Okay, but we have a different internet. Maybe that works too. Is there not something like TCP reconnect or something? ADB TCP reconnect. I think I saw something like that already. Disconnect. Connect. No thanks. Let's go to Heise. And we have no internet on it. Okay. RDB kill server. No. Address already in use. Okay. ADB kill server, then run ADB kill server. I think I did that, and then restarting in TCP mode. Okay. Huh. I have no idea. That's weird. Is there anywhere an ADB running? No. So ADB, AVD. Did I mistakenly? Network full, latency none. Cold boot. Interesting that this is the problem. Pair using Wi-Fi. I can do that maybe. Then we can share that. It's also a possibility. QR scanner available under developer options, wireless debugging. Okay. Up. Developer. About the phone. No need, you're already a developer. Developer options. USB, select debug. Okay, wait. What I can do is the following, because here we still don't have internet. I don't understand it. It is like it is, so we have to change our strategy a little bit. So what I will do is I connect now my real phone, like really, and with that we can use that as testing device. It has internet, I'm pretty sure with that. And we will use Scrappy, that I can share that with you. Terminal, Scrappy, Scrappy, blah blah blah. No device or emulators found. ADB push. Okay. Get features. So ADB list. No. Why is it not visible? I have the feeling that I need to restart the computer. Huh? Kill, stab, disable devices. No devices there. Wait, let me quickly check something. So we have all these packages installed, SDK tools, we have the Android. There is an update for the emulator. quickly get them all. I think that shouldn't take too long. And with that, we have all the new stuff. Maybe that is the reason that doesn't work. Installation did not complete it successfully. Finish, complete, failed packages, Android emulator. Android emulator failed. An error occurred during installation. CW Android 10 package operation unzip. Something is very strange at the moment. Okay, open Android emulator. But what is with the phone? Why is that not connected? Don't you? Ah, that's the it's the wrong computer. So that explains everything. So let me connect that to the right computer. So transfer files, all good and happy. Put that in front of me. Terminal, and now we can use Scrappy. Still not. Failed to get feature set, device unauthorized. This ADB server is not set, ADB kill server, if that might be wrong. ADB kill server. Scrappy, no. Ah, I need to allow the debugging first. Fair enough. Here we go. We did it! We have our device. Look at that. That should also do it a bit faster, the development in general, because more resources are spread across different devices. So I hope the best now. Good. We have the device selected, and for the next time we have to also reduce here the font size a bit again. Sorry everyone. So, because then we can see also what we select here. So we build now on our Oppo phone, so that I have here at the moment. So you can share now the view, and I can also use it via with the mouse usually. And if does not work, we have to yeah. Cancel draw times, perfect. So now let's click here. And now I have to enter that email address, which is of course a problem. Lira FAT 200. SBC com Firebase, you can't see it, but here. An internal error has occurred. Configuration not found. Firebase exception. An internal error has occurred. Configuration not found. So a lot of people have the same question 10 months ago, not a good sign. Check if you enabled the authentication type you want in Firebase console. Nice. On my Mac M1 developing on Flutter. What happened was that the date and time of my Android's emulator was completely out. What time do I have? 16:30 for 43. That's good. Android Google App Gradle. Why is that now the old one, huh? Was that not? I'm pretty sure that I override that one with one that existed in Firebase. Hey, what is going on today? Okay, so this one, we want to have this Google Service JSON download. So quickly checking what's inside here. I think we don't need Xcode for that. Ignore. Just texted it. Open it. Thank you, Apple. Ah. VS Code. I think that should be the fastest way to see what's inside of that. So the package name is dev Flutter explained and Wooby, but that makes no sense, right? Because we have the ending with .env again. Package name env. Aha. Why do I have the bad feeling that this would not work? Package name.dev. Configuration not found. Never changed. So let me quickly remove that file and replace it anyway with that one. Add and wooby.dev. Okay, we have that here. Client info. Okay, close, create again, see what happens. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, I don't see the chat. What do I do? There it is. So, failed invalid argument. Okay. So can we send anything? So if I take that to Flutter, exp at gmail.com, send. No, configuration not found. I don't understand. The configuration is not found. So, but for this one it finds it, or? Indexing, okay, so remove that. That was close. Okay, package name, here we have it again. Client info, client ID, current trip. Ah, okay, there are multiple clients in one file, so that is an option. Okay, got it. So the dev part is there, so we cannot get the info. Configuration not found. But they tell that it could be that we have not support email. Maybe this one is missing. Nope. Environment type unspecific. GCP resource not in case. Project number. Cloud messaging. No integration, service accounts. Users and permissions, app check. To protect your APIs from unverified requests. Yeah, we can do that, but not yet. By adding. What's that? Build extensions. Authentication. Why is the authentication not there? Oh, okay, I've got it. I believe that we worked with the wrong project. We mixed that up. The problem was that I created on this account also an NWubi project at the beginning, if you remember. And there we didn't have the apps. But if I was looking here, I set up the authentication method. And I'm pretty sure I did enable everything here. And it didn't work because we tried to connect to the other one, which did not have an activated authentication part. So that was really stupid of my side. And this is just something that can happen during a live stream because it's so... delete this project here. Oh my goodness. Never do that the same way that I did right now because you can do it way better, I promise you. That was so stupid. Oh jeez. I invest here hours by hours and have this problem. The world is really mean to me. Save. So. Great stuff. Okay, try it again. Temporary email, get everything away. Lira Fat. Perfect. Yeah, amazing. We still get an error though, which is okay. You don't see that, so go here. Firebase, an internal error has occurred. Unauthorized domain. Domain not whitelisted by project. That's the same problem. I did everything, but with the wrong project. I cannot comprehend at the moment. That's so stupid. I invested so much time. Oh goodness. So this is the... I have to admit I'm a little bit sad. Okay, let's take this domain and now bring that over to our app. So, authentication, outgate, here we go. You cannot work because you are this. Let's HTTP. So, I know it's not perfect with the numbers and everything, and we don't have a custom domain, but we want to try that the things are working, right? So, perform a hot restart and send it again. No, we lost it. It's Lira, right? So, send. Oh goodness, something worked. Woo. So, temporary email. Woohoo! Hello, we have received a request, blah, blah, blah. No request. Sign in the project. And this is not possible yet because obviously I need to do that on the same phone. So, sharing this a little bit because now we do something crazy. We go to Brave again. See if this works. Temp email. Okay, so while this is loading, we switch to our app. Sign up from magic link. Copy the link. Paste. Send. Got our mail. Clicking on the app. Maybe because I did not pass in all the other parameters, of course. So what we have is the package name. It's dev.flutterexplain.envubi. And also for iOS, we can also pass that in. dev.flutterexplained.envubi. So we can send emails already, but we are not logged in yet, right? So that's the next step we have to do. But it's something I can live with. Android install app. What does that mean? Whether or not the user should be automatically prompted to install the app via the Play Store. Sure, why not? It's a hot restart again. And here we have to go to the last page. Ah, you don't see it? I have to think about it. Okay. Sign in. I think I can use the same email again. Send. Domain not whitelisted by the project. What? So I rebuild quickly because that's somewhat weird. Paste. Sign in. Aha, please activate dynamic links in Firebase console and agree to the terms and conditions. Okay, I did that in the other project. Envubi, analytics, engagement it is, and dynamic linking. Envubi page. Great stuff. Finish. Okay, so did that. Now something happened. Okay. Go back to the email part. Ah, you don't see again. So. So sign in, sign in, sign in, and the last one could be the most interesting one now. Something seems to be wrong because he cannot log in into the app. Maybe the Android package has to fit with the dev part here. No, that's the wrong. This is it. Okay. Switching to the app again. Nope. Open it. Sign in with the magic link. Switching back again. Copy. And so it navigated me back to the app. Perfect. But nothing happened. Okay, do we have now a user authenticated? So we have a user now. That's already something. So we have a real user. Now the question is, why is it not logged in? What does run say? Is there anything? Swipe button. There's a lot of stuff locked, but nothing Flutter specific, I guess. Visibility part, blah blah blah. Callback surface, okay. Ignoring header. Notifying ID token listener about user. Notifying out state listener about user. So our stream listener seem not to work correctly. So screen data if it has data. Why is it not updating? Out state change. Stream user. Is this a... Okay, let me quickly restart the app. We are logged in. Okay. Whew. What happened now? So the reason is we were now logged in behind the scenes. We got a user for the login, right? That happened. We got navigated back to our app, which worked perfectly. But somehow the navigation was not triggered because this whole part here with the stream builder, even though that this one probably changed, did not get the information. So, and probably now we would have to restart everything because we are logged in now and we lost probably the possibility to get out of that. So, is that the case? Yeah, probably. But why? So let us check quickly the Fire UI, if I read that wrongly. With the client ID, okay. Customize the UI. The stream builder will update the signed user and render our application. If the user signs out, the sign-in screen will be rendered. Additionally, UI handles various states such as error message. Okay, so let's try to log out quickly. So for that, we will have to go to the quiz app, this one, and here inside in the app bar, we would like to have some actions. And one of the actions is an icon button. And on this on pressed, I want just to log out, and this is a logout button like icons dot. Is it sign out? Probably logout. There was it, or great stuff. And obvious, we need icon, and there we pass in the icons. Logout can be a const. And to log out, we have to provide. We can Firebase out dot instance dot sign out. Great stuff. And then we don't even need this. We can just do it like that. One liner. Fair enough. Hot restart and see what's going on. I mean, this is just for debugging this logout now. But there you can see how much faster the build time is for Android compared to iOS. It's just ridiculous. Okay, so most of it works actually. I'm pretty happy. So if we would not make everything a bit more complicated with the very good CLI and everything, which helps us in the long run, but also brings a lot of problems sometimes, you know. Or actually, it's not a very good CLI. That's unfair. Actually, the problem relies on the flavors, and flavors are actually a good thing. But because we have different packages with different suffixes like dev, staging, and production, we have to also take care of all three. So yeah, have to take a look how we do that in the future. Because what we have to do probably is this package, this part that he wants, or better, the whole configuration part here, needs to get outside and needs to get loaded in the different parts here. So depending on the flavor, it will show then something else. So we are back at our favorite game today. Building. Also creating a timer again. Hey, good news. I like that. I like that a lot. So we managed quite a lot today, not besides of testing and making the onboarding screen nice. We managed actually to have an email with a magic link. It's only possible for iOS and Android, but I would love to have that in our app. Would be a cool thing. And I want to see how that sign-in feature behaves in the web. So if we create everything for web, if it would then automatically understand that it is not allowed to use the email provider, or if we have to do there something. Okay, the build time for Android is also not so fast. By the way, I can maybe fix then Scrappy with the clicking and touch eventing, because that would be a big help. Scrappy, no, just search for that. I think there is a command where you add the pixels behind. Recording, OTG, blah, 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 bum. Max size, was it this one? Crop, encoder, sync, video end, buffer, TCP. Okay, maybe I have to search for it quickly. So Scrappy. Here we go. Let's try that. Look at that. Now we can use the mouse to move around here in our Android application, which is quite a wrong app. Living in the whole week in this app, so I completely click on the wrong buttons. Okay, what is that? Did it build now? Okay. Ah yeah, there's the logout button. Click it. And we are logged out. Perfect, that works. So now we sign in. And what I want to do is I want to also get a message here. So if we log out, like we shouldn't use print, I heard that today, so let's don't do that. Use the developer tool. Developer, hello world. And what I would be interesting is the snapshot dot data. Oops. But then I don't get them correctly. So what I will do is removing that and say log. And now, okay, fair enough. Let's make a print. Let's see where we're going. Hello world, null. Perfect. So we are logged out. Understood. So we switch to our temp email again. Copy. Going back again. Paste. Send the link. Switching over. Go back to the list. You can see it. Sorry. But here we go. Switching here. This is the newest invite. Pressing the button. Getting navigated. So, hello world is called and we receive a user. So why the heck is he not going to the correct place? Data are there. User display name null. Okay. Email verified true. Is anonymous false. So where is the problem in my strategy here? Snapshot has data is false, even though that there is something inside. Would be my understanding of that. Ooh. Yeah, I think that's just a hiccup here. Okay, log out, sign in, paste, send a magic link, switch to the magic linker. But cool feature, I like that. And I don't see the chat again, so maybe you wrote something. Aha, here. Now which screen I'm working on? I'm still on the registration part. Can you add more user data after the email? Yes, we can. And I hope we can use the authentication of Flutter Fire because they have some cool features there. Okay, so true, false. Print has data. And if it's not true, then we return the quiz. So why is it not re-rendering? Oh, there was a lot of trues and then suddenly it's false again. No, but true and hello world. And hello world was afterwards, after the true? This is all that, and then return quiz. Why do I not get redirected? Is that no, that's all good. Print lululu. I know I shouldn't use print, I should use log, but okay, let's do it. What is... Lululu. Okay, so we are... Okay, in the first place... Aha, if we don't know. Okay, yeah. The first time when we open the app, it's going to inside of here, right? Then we say that, and we come in here with a true, probably. So we reload, and if we reload, we come false. Yeah, great stuff. And then probably if I log that again and say coming here, then we have not lululu, but we should have true. And this is now second. And this is now first. Hot restart, let's see. Second true, second true. So we don't come into false anymore. What? Ah, yes. Lulu first false, then second true, true, true. Okay, so now we log out. Now we are false. Perfect. We sign in. Take the cool email address again. Send. Going back. Taking the newest. Second true, but the UI is not updating. Maybe I should do that positive. So if we are here, if snapshot has data, then we return the quiz page, else we return Lulu. But we have to return something. Then we can go to if that. So, and after that, we just say return, I don't know, circular progress indicator. Actually, it should never come to that place, but you never know. Did I make something wrong? Nope, should be fine. Okay, Lulu first. Second cannot be done anymore. So the only things we have is logged in and logged out. In. Logged out. Logged out, false, logged in, true. Okay, makes sense. Clean that a little bit. We go log out, take the magic link. Okay. What do we see now? We have that in place. This is actually not true. I see something else on my phone. Ah, okay. Logged in, true. I don't understand. There seems to be a race condition and I don't understand. Maybe it has something to do with my phone. Because as you see, I have, you can't see that, but look at that. Maybe it's something on my phone. Because if you see that, I have it twice installed because I have a working environment. And it could be that he cannot differentiate between the two apps because they are completely the same on the same device. So what could happen is that this one is open, he goes to this app and runs something, and then it's getting into a weird state in between. I can just hope that this is the problem, because that is too weird. I don't understand actually how that else should be possible. So, because this is the part, what we could try now with our new knowledge would be that we run that in an emulator or on the iOS simulator quickly. quickly, but as fast as possible. And that should show us actually what the problem is. Maybe there it works then. Uninstall the other app. The problem is they're getting recognized by the same name, I think. I can try that. There it is. Maybe you are right. Maybe I can just uninstall it. Ah, yeah. You're right. You're right. Okay, okay. Okay, okay. Thank you, Kebo. Very good idea. So at least this would verify if this assumption is correct. So back with Scrappy. And we don't have to wait for Xcode 10 minutes. It's a very good alternative. So, magic link. Paste, go for it. And network error such as timeout, interrupted internet connection. Okay, I could try it again. Perfect. No, that's apps. Here we go. Problem that I get somehow redirected? It's so nice that this website is translated in German. Like erfrischen. It sounds like you would drink you would get an ice or something. It's very interesting. Okay, no. So my assumption is wrong. Ah. But that shouldn't be possible. So I have an idea what the problem could be. And it seems that the following, Scrappy we need, but the simulator we don't need. So look, if I go one back, or better I log out. So I log myself in. And if I go to sending the magic link, I receive it. I go back to the website, back to the list. And here we will find in the entrance, we should now find the new email. And now listen, I close completely the other app. Like I'm not logged in, nothing. And if I now open the link, did you see that? There was something very odd. I had the app twice installed. What was that now? Now I'm confused. Okay. Back to Brave. Okay, so now no app is started. Application finished. Fair enough. Let's do that again. Should I build it again? What happened? So let's open that one quickly. got it new installed. So how does it look now? We have this app and this app. Okay, great. So we log in. So it's important to know is now I have never been on the quiz screen, right? I was never able to see the newest screen. So we erfrischen the next page. Da, da, da. We press it. So now we are on this screen. And what I believe now is that we have been already logged in once, because if I go in front here, nothing happens. Ah, now. So if I go front, like to the next page, you didn't see it, I'm sorry. If you go to the right side and swipe, that means I go one page in front, like where I come from, then this is inside of the navigation stack. So what I believe is that it's getting multiple times triggered somehow, and yeah, it doesn't work that easily here with the snapshot part. The outstate changes. It has data. It has data. But maybe that doesn't say that only because we have data, we maybe not have necessarily a user. Nah. Does that mean? Or is null then also data? A bit confused here. Okay, let's see. I can just print that, right? So print snapshot.data. You can do that inside of this if statement. And maybe do something in front of it like lululu. And also afterwards lululu. And better with a print log in that case, right? Not that I get angry moves, so like that and that, just to surround it and know where it is. So here we didn't get any data, probably. Ah, the problem is log and print work differently, right? I know, here we have the user. Okay, fair enough. So I log out, great stuff. Paste, send magic. User display name null. But this is the last thing we get. User, no, we get the whole user object. It annoys me a bit because it shouldn't be that difficult right now. That is something that should work by per default, more or less. Because this is exactly how I believe everything works. So if it's not working like that, it's really tricky. So it seems like that there is no navigation now happening. It's just this. There is no navigation happening. That's navigation happening. What I saw somewhere, no, not here, integrating that whole thing. Yeah, we can also add more providers. I will do that also sooner or later. Nope, go back to the app. So that means instead of just having one level of possibilities, we have multiple, but that's fine. But what I saw somewhere is the routing. I think there was a navigation part. Yes. So Flutter uses navigation capabilities to navigate pages. By default, it uses Navigator 1. Is used for application using a standard navigation APIs. Navigation will work out of the box and require no intervention. Using a custom routing package, you will need to override default navigation actions to integrate with your routing strategy. Okay. The application will create named routes. Default actions, sign in, sign out. The UI performs instead integrate with those named routes. First, we define the root route. Sign in screen, profile screen. By default, when a user triggers a sign-in via the sign-in screen, no action default occurs. Since we are not subscribing to the authentication state. We need to manually force the navigation to push to a new screen, the profile route. Sign-in screen actions, outstate action, signed in, navigator of context. Ha! Let's rock that thing, yeah. Carlo, easy. You missed everything. Like, we want to make email notification or sign in with a magic link possible. You know, we have this nice little button, press on it. Now we have the email. I use a temporary email at the moment. And if I press the link, tada, we, after 6 hours or something, we finally receive the email to our temp email folder here. And now it's getting very interesting because when we go into that app, we go here and I press the button, then we come back to the app and we are not logged in. And the question is, why the heck we are not logged in? Because everything works, we have that has data. And the funny thing is, here is the quiz page underneath of it. So that means whenever there is a user, we would expect to come here and to provide you the truth that it works, we can restart the application quickly, zack. And the worst part is because it's cached, the user is there and we are logged in. Congratulations. So now I am a little bit stuck because that doesn't make sense to me. Because the stream, we use the out state change. Maybe this is wrong. Maybe I took that wrong because I don't really want to make the whole navigation today. So I wanted to just track that for now, but it also checks the out state changes. Return stream builder. Do I use the right thing? Stream builder user, yeah. Looks everything correct in my eyes. Context and snapshot. If has no data. Construct a sign-in screen. Has data. Sign-in provider configs. Huh. You have to route it, don't you? Well, according to that example, no, because we don't use a routing, right? We just would replace the things. So that's the part. Whenever it's changing, it should change it to the other one. But it doesn't work, so now I have slowly the feeling we have to route, and that would be a sad thing for me. Because then we would need to use Navigator 1.0, and I wanted to use a package for that actually. But maybe it's a good idea to just do it like the custom routing here, and then in the future, yeah, change it accordingly. Sign in action, forgot password action. No, that's something else. It's just a button or something. Okay. Initial route, Firebase initial current user sign in or profile. Okay. Not completely happy with that now. That's not what I wanted today. Okay, but before I leave now a half-finished app, I think to add this routing stuff inside and hope that it works then would be maybe a step that we can take. So in our material app, we add the initial route. Firebase out is an import that we have to do. Current user, null. So if we don't have a user, we go to sign in, else to profile. Let's keep that for now. So sign in is sign in, you can take that, and profile is profile. The provider configs can come from somewhere else. And what I think I will do for that is, instead of hard coding them somewhere, we will create inside of the out folder, because it's from the domain, it's the out part, provider configs. Configs.dart. And these ones are, yeah, it's a list of provider, no, of, how do we call them? I think that has a name. Yeah, provider configurations. Can import them. And this is like so. No, it's a list, right? Ah, there's cable. Go away, cable. So this is a list of that, and these provider configs we can now take from where we have implemented them. So this, for example, is a provider configuration. So we can take all that. Yeah, I remove view anyway now and go back to here, adding that here. So it complains a little bit, but all good. Flutterfire UI, okay, fair enough. But we only need that. I mean, we can import that for as long as we need them, but we'll see. And this provider configs can now be imported. Fair enough. So we have to sign in by blah, blah, blah. Fair enough. Okay, that should do the trick already with the navigation at the beginning. So sign in or profile, that would mean when we go, try to be responsive. So if we clean the app now, start it new. Probably I did not start it here. So, but then we have sign in, which goes to the sign in screen, and profile, which goes to the profile screen. And both have the provider configs, so probably I don't have to do anything for that at least. So by default, the user triggers, blah, 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 out state change in the actions part. Okay, let's take that over. So in the sign-in screen, we would add such a thing. And in that, we do the same thing, but for the sign-in part. Sign out action. What is a signed out action? Is this different? Weird. Okay, let's for now keep that. So what did I do wrong? Did I copy too much? No, actions. So profile screen, actions. Void function dynamic can't be a center parameter build context. This callback, okay. And this is a callback which is from type function build context. Okay, so it cannot contain anything. So that's the problem. Fair enough. Can live with that. We get errors. Yay, another error. Weird problems today, really weird. I thought that should be way easier. Sign-in screen, provider configs, too many positional arguments, but found one signed-in screen. Okay. You are complaining. Why? About sign-in providers. This and sign-in screen somewhere. Is this one? Aha, it's this one. He don't want to have... yeah, okay. Let's remove that for now. We do not need this out gate anymore with the navigation. So, let's restart. Error by reading the outgate. Yep, makes sense because the app wants to use that. We're on Android, that's wrong. Here. And I think we don't need home anymore because we use now Navigator. And we all should also exclude the routes from this path here. Yep, there's also no import anymore. Yeah, where do we get that till in the view app? No, it's not here. The cool thing if this Fire UI is working at the end, so we use the package Fire UI, and the cool thing about it, if this would work, is that we can directly have the profile screen too, which is then like 80%, you know? So let's try to sign in here with that package solution. Paste the email. Got it. Back to the list. Link. Okay, that works. Which is perfect. Okay, so it works. Fair enough. Simple enough, right? Delete account, enabled name, so I can also enter my name. Great stuff. Can I even upload an image? Ah, you can't see that, sorry. So it worked. That's the important message. But yeah, now my name's changed, and that would mean that we also change that in here, right? So if I'll reload, I'm not even sure if we see this information. No, we don't. Okay, fair enough. Even better. Okay. Upload of an image seems not to be possible. Enable more sign-in methods. It's fine. Delete account. Okay. Don't need that, I guess. Sign out. And we are back. Perfect. Okay. That's interesting. We can't see, I'm sorry. I have to repeat. Okay, great. So what I tried is we pasted that thing, send it the magic link. Gone back to the list. Received the last link. And here we can now jump into that. And this login happened. So it seemed that there was something wrong with the stream builder to change the pages. He didn't like that. It was a bit unhappy more or less with that. So yeah. The problem with that is now that it's nice that we have this possibility and everything, but now we have to use or rewrite the whole thing with the navigator part. The question is, does that mean we have to just rewrite everything? I think it shouldn't be too difficult because I wanted to use a different routing package for that. Yeah, but anyway, I think that's a cool solution for now. So we have some registration and parts here. We don't navigate to the profile at the end. So make that a little bit cleaner. What do we have here? We have a map of strings to methods. So can we exclude that somehow? If we add here a file called routes.dart, can we exclude that? So we could create that. And what is that always? It's an object at the end. No, it's a map. It is already a map, or? This is how a map is working in Dart, I believe. So this is string to function context, blah, blah, blah. So return a map of string to function with a build context. Not necessarily from Cupertino, but yeah. I think there's also other options like widgets. So, and this is our routes. So I believe if this is the case, we can just use all of that, put that here inside. So there is widgets that we have to import, probably, yeah. Get all the things. This one is wrongly imported. Let's do it again. Good. Bye, Ebenezer. It was great to have you here. Thanks for joining. Okay, now we have these routes. And this routes can be cleaned, so we can replace that here. Just needs to be imported. Simple enough. And here we have that now. We return the screens. Nice. And I believe this part we could add to the other part, but yeah, it's just for now. So where is the error? I don't see it yet. Here. Semicolon is missing. Fair enough. And you... Map string dynamic can't be assigned to widget function. Do I have to return a widget from here? Yeah, much better. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, then we have that also cleaned. Okay, so we can sign in, we can sign out, but now we don't come to our actually quiz page. So here's the profile. Let's switch that to quiz. And as I said, we will have a look in the next session how we can replace that quiz, add here the context, and add here the page that we want to show. And in our case, that would be the quiz page, right? Quiz. Is that not quiz page? Quiz page, quiz page. 1Q, 1Z. Why do we have two Zs everywhere? So, import the whole thing, zack, easy. And I think removing that should be fairly simple. So if we log in now, zack, send the magic link, going back. You cannot see. So going back to the list. Now we should see, hopefully, our incoming email. We navigate there. We are logged in. Why do we log in now? Okay, because of this push replacement. It should push us to quiz. Also in the app, this is quiz, exactly. So if I close it and log in, let's go back. No. Yep, maybe it's not started yet. Yep. Running the APK. Sign in. I should change here something. It's a problem that you can't see all the time. So let's make that smaller. Put that here on the right side. So, but now you have the view, right? Why don't I do that the whole time? Make that bigger. So, great stuff. Good. Taking the reply. Click the button. And we can see the quiz screen. Perfect. And now, because now we have a profile screen too, in the quiz page, there should be not only a logout button, there should be also a button for the profile. Sign out, icon logout, profile, is that one? Avatar, person, very good. So, and instead of signing out now, we would have to do something else. We would now do the whole navigation part. And because we don't want to write that over and over again, what we will do is taking this part, the whole navigation part, I guess. So, going to the quiz page and putting up here a static info. So, static navigate to, no, navigate from, no, all good. Making that static, and this is just this method more or less. Static final. So what's the problem? Missing parameter type for context. Missing parameter type for context. Okay, build context. And I think we don't even need that, so there's a build context that we push that further. Why is this yellow? Use a function declaration to bind a function to a name. Ah, like that. Missing return type for navigate void. Fair enough. Okay, so with that in place, like that, can we say here inside quiz page dot navigate context. Now it's getting red. Why is that? Is there a void, so its value can't be used. The expression has a type of void. Void function t. Okay, so it needs to provide something. And t is what in our case? It's signed in. What is signed in? Just the state. Okay, so we have to pass that in. And that means we have to get something in. So t. Unknown dynamic. Can I just do something like that? Still not working, sadly. This expression has a type of void, so it cannot be used. What is it doing? It's navigator.push replacement name. Okay, so it's replacing the whole thing. But why is it not working? Probably for this action it's different. In the action it works different. Okay, so we keep it like it is here, but for the rest we will use that navigate, where we don't push anything inside. We just navigate to the quizzes. Where do we do that? Inside of the app navigates there, but it's not the only one. Where do I want to push again? I want to go to the profile, right? Okay, it's the last task that I will do today because I am completely through. I don't think anymore straight. That's not good. So let me see. So we want to go to the profile thing. So we cannot do what I ever wanted to do right now. So the only thing what we can do is using this. And we don't need this actually. Because the only thing what the problem is, inside of here we have to push to that replaced file. So that means instead here we have the person, here we want to navigate. And instead of the sign in, we want to have here profile. So fair enough. Good. Reload and see what happens here. So quiz screen, pushing the button, be in this profile, going back. Okay, I've lost the screen. That's odd. Quiz screen, okay. But where's now my profile button? Current user routes. So if I go there, profile screen, there's a signed out action. Can I have a custom action? Custom semantic action, signed out action, cancel action, out state change. Sign out. Okay, is there something that I can do that not necessarily lead to a logout? Sign out, cancel, extends list of actions. Okay, so let's try the cancel action. Yep. Cancel. Would that be context and navigator dot off context push replacement name to quiz. So not perfect. We will have to see the next time how we can improve that even further. So quickly restart because we don't see the delete account quiz sign in. Is cancel an action? Flutter Fire UI action, yes, with a callback. Crazy times. So, but what did we change today? So if we look into the commits, what did we do now? Quite a lot and less MRs. I know some people who really would not like that. So cancel, Flutter embedding, we have it. Clicking on the profile. I don't see a cancel button now. What's that? I was pretty sure that it would work. Anyway, can I do inside of this profile screen? Is there anything possible like add bar? So there is an add bar. Perfect. Let's do that. Use an add bar from material. Fair enough. Inside of here we have a title. This is now a text widget where we just say profile. Good. Do we need anything else? No, because there the back button is there. Then I can remove that cancel crap and let's go. That should work. I don't have the chat open. So, all good. Nothing new. Enough gesture swipe ignored, okay. Lost connection to device. Okay. Generate CMake, Windows stuff, Google services, Android. Ah, that was the moving. Okay, so profile. And now we have the profile, but why don't we have a back button? maybe this is the cancel action. Why does it have not backboard automatically imply leading? Is that not something that is usual there? No, actually not. Interesting. Okay, so what? That's okay. Ignore the app bar for now. We have the actions that is working. We have the cancel part. Don't necessarily need that. One last thing, and that is in the quiz page. I think the icon's in the wrong order. Like so would be better. He don't like that. Why? Ah, it's okay. All right. So now build Gradle, generate. This is all settings stuff. Provider configs. We will do that in the future. So no, not all commits. I selected just the ones that I want. So build Gradle. This one, good. Setup or yeah. So and this is just optimize Android and iOS. For the, why did we do that? For the bundle ID. Good. So we have 4 errors. What's that? Cannot resolve properties. That's fine. This is build Gradle stuff. Commit. So also in the public's pub YAML, we added the Flutter Fire. We can also add that, like dependencies. Added Flutter Fire to our repository. Good. So now what did we do actually? So we created a quiz page. We have some provider configs that control where we navigate from time to time. Then we have here some initial route things. Current user sign in quiz. And route. Okay, so we added some basic routing here. Setup or better feature. Added navigator 1.0 as a how do you call it, as a patch to make it possible to navigate through the application. Good. And then we added the provider configs and the quiz page. Add a quiz page to navigate after login was successful. So, and as always, authentication is not an easy topic, my friends. Authentication is far from easy. And that is like what happens usually if you're doing it one day easily, quickly, an authentication process. So you will probably, or we will probably work a little bit longer on that too. So the next time we will maybe have another look into the registration page and so on. Also, we want to check out the registration, but I want to, of course, create an MR or a PR for that. So what did we do? We implemented, first let's have some assignees, would be myself. A label is enhancement. The project is version 1. Milestone, yeah. Development, closing keyword, yeah. So the I think we don't need this part. Describe the changes would be closing, close, I think. What's the numbers? Close, no. Exactly, closing login page and the register page. Closes. No. What did we do? We implemented added Firebase to the to the project. What did we else? We created a quiz page or a home page. Quiz page. Navigate that we get navigated after login. Register. Good. What else did we do? Introduced a basic navigation. A basic navigation with Navigator 1.0. Good. So we did all that. So done. Type of change. Fair enough. Let's say we added a new feature. Good. And with that, create a pull request. And feel free to review that till tomorrow. It's not Firebase setup anymore. It's login and register process or flow for NRuby. Save. Good. So this closes create a login page. Why does it not? Because I have to do that twice probably. Closes 10. Update. Yeah, now it's added. Perfect. Milestone it is not. With that we have them added. We didn't have road tests. Probably it will anyway fail in the pipeline. Okay, but this is a job for Future Max and something that he will do in the future. We don't have to finish the PR today. I think we had a very good tasking. Perfect timing. Perfect timing. I think we made a very good live stream. We started this morning at 9, where we finished, and I can also be a bit proud of it, we finished the landing screen that we currently hide behind of that. Which is a sad thing actually, but we will introduce that soon again. So if you, just to show you quickly, no, it's not easy. Oh, I can change the initial route. Yeah, that I can do. So no matter what comes, we use... No, I can't show you that, but we will reintroduce it. I promise that. So we introduced the landing screen where we have the possibility to swipe into different areas, and we have a very fine animated 3 dots that show us the progress where we are. And I can maybe switch for the last things into the intermission. We can read better. Yeah, we have already the user data feature because of the profile screen that we got from the Fire UI. So probably there is already something in place. If you have not seen it, I can quickly not again log in. No, it's finished for today, sorry. But yeah, so we have done that. And after that, so after the afternoon break, we were working just on the login and authentication part, where we tried to introduce Flutter Fire. So we had to make the setup possible that it works on Firebase, where I made the biggest mistake in my life, I guess, to use 2 projects and changing the things in the wrong project. But afterwards it worked fine. So for Android, the next time we will maybe also test it on iOS. And with that, I think we made a very good success for today. And the next time we will have a bit more look on how we can set up more profile information, maybe also store some data into our own server. Yeah, or we work with Firestore. I'm not sure yet. We will see. Okay, until now, I would say, or that's it for today. Thank you very much. It was still not finished, Abby. Hey, you're still here. The status is that we can log in, that we can take the email address and switching. And now we are finished for today. I hope you enjoyed it. I really liked it. I hope we make that more and more often. Mahtab is currently not here. She is actually on vacation. So that's also the reason why I have so much time to live stream. So that's the reason I'm sitting here and talk to you the whole day. And yeah, we have now a child, so we have not so much time anymore to do whatever we want. So 22 files are formatted. So there seems to be some formatting issues. Okay. as I said, it's stuff that we do maybe tomorrow, maybe the day after tomorrow. Let's see. Thank you very much for joining. Until the next time.